Yeah, mine's working.
There we go.
Is this one working? Oh,
So we currently do direct certification with a lot of DHHS programs like TANF, SNAP. And so to talk about the privacy issue, it would be no different than those existing programs. We'd follow a similar process, and that process is essentially DHHS owns that data. There is, I don't know all the details about the data, but there is mostly automation where it's trying to match all of those students using computers, not using human eyes. So, and that keeps it, basically DHHS owns the data. They're getting our student data, not now we're getting DHHS data, but it's going to DHHS. They're doing the matching through an automated fashion, and it's pretty effective. Sometimes it's not 100% effective in a sense that there's exceptions that pop out, and then that requires some eyes from DOE to look at some of the data, look at the student data, look at the direct certification, and see if there's matching. But for the most part, that is an existing process. So if we were to enter this program, it would follow those same processes. So the same privacy controls we have with our existing programs that interact with DHHS would also be used for this program. So it would be, as far as the privacy concern, that would be how that would play out. Just about Title I, it would change. So our Title I allocation is, and I don't know all the details about Title I because that's not my program, but New Hampshire gets kind of the, we're called the bare minimum state. We get the bare minimum from the feds. So I don't think it would change. I don't think entering this Medicaid Direct Cert program would change the amount of money we get through Title I. It would change. We use FNR data to allocate it out. So say if we get a lump sum of 40 million, we allocate it out based on FNR data. So it would change potentially how it's allocated out, but the 40 million necessarily wouldn't change.
Yes, Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mark. So it would mean that the manner in which the funds go to school districts would become more accurate if we went into this system. Because right now we know that especially high school children and middle school children are apt to not apply for free and reduced lunches. But in fact, if their families are eligible, then it would be noted as such.
Correct. So it would be less contingent upon people filling out the application and more contingent upon what eligibility, what means tested programs are they currently enrolled in, including Medicaid, which is a very popular program. So it would increase the FNR numbers. We don't know by what amount, but it would increase the amount of students in poverty that we are able to identify using that automated system. So it would ultimately find more students. In theory, you could have 100% of students fill out the application, but we suspect we know that's not happening. So yes, it would likely improve the accuracy.
Just a second. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mark, for being with us this morning. When you say Medicaid School is a very popular program, how does that? I mean, I think what you mean is it's a highly accurate. It accurately reflects a population. How much more accurate is Medicaid to schools as a proxy for low-income families than, let's say, free and reduced price lunch?
So let me, I'll just be, I think I said Medicaid to schools, and that's a whole other thing. I'm just talking, sorry, and I think I misspoke. So students enrolled in Medicaid is what, kind of just what the term I was using. Yeah. And by popular, I just mean, it's a larger number of students. So we currently direct cert. So we have around 40,000 FNR students, and we using our direct cert system, almost, I don't have the exact number, but a large majority are those direct cert. And we use direct cert as a validation. So some people fill out an application and at the same time they direct cert. So we kind of catch them on belts and suspenders, catch them twice in the data set. I don't know. I just believe Medicaid, since we have, and here's the number we got from DHS, we have 70,000 children ages 5 to 17 enrolled in our Medicaid program. And then I think we got the data from Director Lippman with DHHS, and I think he used 196% of the poverty guideline. The FNR program is 185, so just using the data he had, he could get us within 196. So we got us pretty close. So what that tells me is there's a lot of children ages 5 to 17 on Medicaid, but they're not necessarily filling out applications. They're not necessarily in TANF, SNAP, or some of the other programs. So that's all the only insights we can glean from that data.
Thanks.
Representative Ladd?
Thank you. Medicaid to school is a whole different program, and we don't want to go there. We've gone through that in the last 3-4 years here. I was concerned though when you talked about Title I and how that's impacted by free and reduced. We also have other federal programs which also are contingent upon federal dollars based upon poverty, and Carl Perkins is one of them. Is the Carl Perkins to be eligible for those dollars? Are there programs or states which are using the Medicaid approach to identifying poverty other than FNR? I'd be curious to know so that if we go this direction, we're not going to lose revenue on another side of the coin. And I'm talking now career technical education.
Yeah, I can't speak to the details of that federal grant for CTE. I don't know. I'm not unsure how it would potentially risk federal dollars there.
Well, Jeff Bearden probably would have that information if we could just make sure we get that clarified for us before we step off the deep edge here.
I can pose that question to Jeff.
Thank you.
Are you sure poverty well,
Yes, on that side, not in the program we have, not on our state appropriations, but on the federal dollar we get from Carl Perkins, it is based upon, part of that formula is contingent upon poverty.
okay. Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions. Thank you for explaining about the automation for the privacy issue. I think, you did a nice job moving the human element out of it. But someone is going to ask, what happens if someone gets into that program? If a human person has to go into it for some reason. Can you say what it is that actually see? Because this is, pertaining to the privacy and whether or not Mary Jo is in the program or not. And the second thing, can someone just, for my own education, why are we and what is a bare minimum state?
So as far as the privacy, what they would see, they would not see so the Department of Education uses SACID, which is a unique identifier for students. Other programs, I believe DHHS is using something like a Social Security. So I don't think they would. Whenever someone at DOE sees the Social Security numbers, they immediately they should never be seeing that. So I don't think they would be seeing that detail. I think it would stay within the SACID because the only information they would need to identify the student is first name, last name, and date of birth, because those would be and basically what they would be looking at is those data sets or those 3 data points, and they were going, okay, is the automation choosing the exception because is it Matthew or Matt, something like that. So that's really what they're identifying. So first name, last name, date of birth, and they go, okay, if it's date of birth and there's a Matthew and a Matt and they have the same last name, we think we can certify this because it's in their town of residence maybe as well. I don't know all the data sets, but something along those lines, and it would be the minimum amount of data necessary to do the matching with validity. And as far as bare minimum state, I think I don't know exactly, but I think what happens is, and this is an interesting thing to point to what Representative Ladd was talking about. We have 2 different allocations. We have the allocation done among the 50 states, and then we have the allocation done out to the districts. And so New Hampshire, typically, with a program like Title I, we use FNR data to allocate out to our districts, but the way the U.S. government allocates, and this is just Title I, I'm not talking about the CTE federal grants, but the way Title I works is the U.S. government uses U.S. Census data. And so historically, New Hampshire has not liked U.S. Census data on the way when they get to the granularity. The policy position of the state has been that has not been a good data set to use, U.S. Census data, instead using FNR data. So I think I think U.S. government looks at U.S. Census data and determines New Hampshire does not have poverty levels sufficient to provide excess funding.
Representative Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, thank you. Isn't it true, when I was at the department, anyone who saw or had access to any names for SACID or because they had to do some kind of matching, had to sign a form saying that they promised never to disclose? So it was like a disclaimer that they had to sign at the point in time. I'm presuming that the department continues that practice.
Yeah, so there's the education privacy law. You know, we're all familiar with HIPAA, with our health information. With education, it's FERPA. We all have to uphold FERPA. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see that data. I don't see names. And if a name ever comes across me, I'm always our policy is shut it down. Like, do not tell me a name. If a district's talking to me and they use student names, I ask them to stop doing that. Sometimes they do that because that's how they know the students, but that's not how I should know the student. I should know them by SACID. So that's our policy. I don't know if the data people are likely, they're educated. I know they're educated on FERPA. I don't know what they're signing, but we certainly are aware of our responsibility to follow federal privacy education laws.
I do have one question, and this deals with the ability of families to opt out. That seemed to be something. So would it be feasible or possible to send the student identification number to the various school districts and have them figure out if the parent wants to opt in or opt out?
I know that question came up in the Senate Education, and I think I was talking with DOE was talking internally what that would look like. Not exactly sure, but I think the way it would look like is we would send the direct certification information to the district. The district would become aware that these students are eligible for free meals. And so I think the parent would have to then go to their district and say, I understand, like, basically take me off the list. So I think that's how it would mechanically work. So there would be an opt-out, but it would be an opt-out at the local level, not at the state level.
Okay, I just think if we're going to move forward with this legislation, that we need to have some sort of opt-out provision at the local level. I agree, not at the state level.
Karen.
Sure.
So opt-out, we have opt-out with free and reduced right now. The parent just doesn't fill the forms out and doesn't submit them in. That's our problem. Our problem is that the high school students, there's that tremendous waterfall effect of those people eligible, seeing that they don't fill the forms out. So what are we going to gain by going with Medicaid if they're going to not opt in to this particular program? It seems to me that we're going to have them opting out either way.
No. They would automatically be in unless the parent opts out.
Opts out of Medicaid or opts out of?
Opts out of free and reduced lunch.
I don't think you have to connect it to free and reduced.
Yeah.
Turn on your.
that.
Yeah, I'm not sure based on what Mark's talking about that you have to connect it to free and reduced lunch. This is really from a DOE, a New Hampshire DOE funding formula basis through the direct certification.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so I think a little bit of miscommunication here, but what Representative Umberger is talking about is, because we have two different uses of the data. So we would direct, and this is interesting, I guess now this brings up a good question. for the family, so we direct certify, say you have one student, they're in high school, and they're eligible, they're in the Medicaid program, receiving Medicaid services, et cetera, Medicaid insurance. Now they're attending the high school. The parent decides that they don't want that high schooler to enter the F&R program. So then we would have the local opt-out where that family and that student would go to the their school and opt out of the F&R program. But now that's an interesting point is, do we still record them in the as F&R in the adequacy? And I think mechanically we would.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that.
Yeah.
But they're, at the local level, what they're opting out of is, I think all of the schools now have like credit cards, right? That, you know, that's what you use to pay.
They're opting out of the lunch.
Right, they're opting out of the lunch program, and that, you know, I just know that we need an opt-out.
Yeah, yeah. But Mark, why would the department have, or let me ask it a different way. Could the department shift away from using free and reduced price lunch and use the basically the Medicaid numbers that have matched with SACIDs?
We would use in my opinion, we would use the Medicaid number. The fact that a child at the local level opts out really would not have an effect on what we'll call the free and reduced lunch, whatever.
Right. So it would be a Medicaid ADM per school.
Right. But we don't want to call it that. We want to call it free and reduced lunch.
Okay.
Okay? Because I don't think, I'll be right with you, Tom. I don't think with this legislation, you know, if it moves forward, that we need to change the names. All we're doing is looking at a behind the scene different method of determining the free and reduced lunch numbers. Yeah, accuracy. Representative Bucco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I understand automatically including the numbers from Medicaid, we wanted to do that so that we would have more accurate numbers for our state program for the adequacy grants. And so that's what we would still be using, but even if they wanted to opt out of the lunch program, that shouldn't affect that. Is that right? And that's what we want to do.
That's correct. That's correct.
I actually got that. Oh, man. I'm trying to remember from
Representative Ladd.
Congratulations, Tom, you got it, but I'm not there yet. Medicaid, who has the Medicaid information? Is it DHHS or DOE? Does DOE have any of that information right now?
NHS has zero information on
Oh,
Medicaid.
DOE has zero information on it. That's what I thought. Now, for us to get DOE to, or allow or enable DOE to capture this information, are they going to have to, is DHH going to have, not the safety, but Department of Health and Human Services, going to need statutory authority to release that information, or do they just need parental authority? How is this going to transfer over so we get it captured into our system?
So the way the steps would work is, and DHHS didn't, so 1627, as amended by the House, included a provision that mandated no changes in really state law. All it did was say NHS and DHHS should work together to get this accomplished and enter this program. And so from there, if that bill did pass, the next steps in the process would be working with USDA and USCMS, the Center for Medicaid Services, in making sure getting the proper approval from the federal government. So CMS would basically authorize DHHS to share that data with another state agency, because currently CMS highly regulates who has access to I don't know, highly regulates it, but regulates who has access to the Medicaid data. And so DHHS would not provide us that data unless CMS approved of it through the entering of the pilot program process.
I'm following that conversation. Now, where's the parent come involved in this in terms of the parent authorizing? Do they authorize it all, or is it coming from the feds down to our departments to allow them to share this data? Where's the parent involved in this? Are they left out of it? So then how do they opt out?
I don't know the answer of when a parent signs up for Medicaid for their family. I don't know what authorizations or approvals they sign off on. I can't answer that question. But that would be the extent of their involvement. Is the parents would be involved in the Medicaid eligibility process, but I don't think they would have. My understanding of the process, I don't know if they would have any involvement outside of that.
Thank you.
Well, I think that by sending the student ID number back to the school and saying that parents have the option to opt out of the lunch program would be the final parental decision.
Maybe Mary can help me with this one too. Medicaid to the schools, where the only way we can get involved with that program is if we have like a nurse IDing, and that's exactly right. So the permission for that to occur comes from whom? The parent, or from how do we know that that person's a Medicaid eligible student?
I believe the school.
Turn on your microphone, please, and so that
Based on, this is years ago when I was assistant superintendent, the school had identified who was eligible for that service. Like anybody on Katie Beckett automatically would be eligible for that. And so that then the school district follows through that all services that child gets, depending upon what they are, there's a sign off on each of those.
So we've got the student now eligible to receive that service. How do we get the authorization to release that information to HHS so we can get the support in Medicaid? I'm trying to get the connection here.
I think it's an all electronic connection that happens.
Is the parent involved with signing off saying, yes, you can go to
Well,
HHS?
first of all, when you're talking Medicaid to school, nothing happens without the parent signing off on the
That's right.
IEP.
I
And part
understand
of that is all of those approvals. And during the conversation, during an IEP, for those individuals that are eligible for that service, the parent would be part of that
That's part of it, and
conversation.
it's signed
Yes,
off. I
yes.
understand it. So there is a sign off there. Would there be a sign off in this other program we're talking, which is a distinct separate program?
Well, this is altogether different, though. I mean, this again would be an electronical coming together. It would define accuracy for the numbers of free and reduced lunch students. Now, if I were superintendent and we have this opt-out clause, what I would do is I would work with my food service program and figure out those students that are eligible based on the data that I've received from the state. And a letter would go home to the parents saying, it has been determined that your child is eligible for free and reduced lunch, period. If you don't want to, if you don't want this service, then you have you can come in and opt out of it, or some kind of language like that.
So HHS will release that information to the superintendent?
No,
It would have to be at this local level. The
DOE,
SACID.
just a second, DOE would send the student identification number to the superintendent or whoever. okay? The superintendent would then take an action like Representative Heath just described, okay, at the local level. At the state level, whether they opt out of the lunch program or not, in my opinion, would not affect the amount of money that we provide to the schools.
Right. You know, that's what I would think.
Yeah. Okay? So the,
Names, public, students' names are never available to anybody. The testing company even has to go through all kinds of things to be able to work on the test results. So it's something that's held. I remember, if you can remember Neil Kirk and what we went through to get these programs in place, it was just really, everything had to be completely private, and names are held in complete security.
Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. So when Tom very articulately said he gets it, I thought I got it too. And then when Rick was going through some sort of digging down, I think I ungot it. And so I want to try to sort of piece this back together. So,
Representative Luno, let me ask you a question.
yeah.
Why is it the women get it and the men don't?
Because you've all been superintendents. And
Oh,
things
is that,
like that.
oh, no. That's a good comeback.
Yeah. But so the way this is sort of sounding, particularly after what Rick was and Mary were talking about, it sounds like in a student record, there's a SACID, the student ID. There's an indicator for whether or not they're signed up for free and reduced price lunch. And there's another indicator I understand, but at least as far as this conversation goes, and another indicator of whether they're Medicaid either eligible or
No, not at the local level.
okay.
No.
So the conversation that I thought Rick was going down was that in order to check that Medicaid box, that involves the parent and DHHS when a student is looking to receive Medicaid services in the school. Because the school obviously would have to know if the student was Medicaid, receiving Medicaid services
Right.
in order to
But-
bill
But
CMS.
put that thought away.
That's a whole different.
Okay, no, I understand. So this is about how you go about checking off that Medicaid box in the student record, whether that can be done automatically through the pilot program.
It would only check off at the state level. Okay, the school would not get anything other than these children are available for free and reduced lunch.
Okay,
How we got to it is immaterial and would not be boxes checked off in any record.
okay. So the only thing that the local would have is in a student rec. I mean, among other things, the SACID and free and reduced price lunch.
Correct.
And if they were going down this completely other unrelated thing to receive Medicaid services in school, that's a totally separate conversation between DHHS, the family, and the district.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Mark, is legislation required for DOE to go forward to USDA to see if we can qualify for this program?
So technically, no, but the department has asked that this is a policy decision that the legislature needs to determine. So we will not seek to enter the program unless legislation requires us to do so.
So, so what that means is it won't be effective in the next budget, is what you're telling me. Unless I convince DOE to forget the need for legislation. Is that correct?
That's one way to look at it, yes.
Well, it's the only way to look at it.
Or pass legislation or,
I,
but also, and
when
sorry,
am I gonna pass legislation? Even if I pass it on January 5th, okay? By the time you get the stuff moving to USDA, and by the time you get the information back, by the time you do all of this, we're talking January of 24.
sorry, yeah, you're,
So, so the,
let me clarify the timeline. The timeline, so if this legislature passed 1627 as amended by the House that included the requiring the department to enter this program.
that legislation is dead.
Yes,
Okay.
if under the hypothetical they did. So if you were to pass it, say you passed it in June this month, we would apply. The department would work to build the application this summer. We would submit that application by September 2022, and then we would, if we got approved, it would impact school year 23-24. That's when it would go in effect, and it would impact adequacy. So we're already talking outside of the current budget.
The point is that we're not gonna get there. Because the legislation didn't pass.
Correct.
So with what you said, we would have to submit a bill in November, which wouldn't come to the House until January or February or March. And then the budget is already set up by that time for 24, 25. So we would not be able to include that in the 24, 25 budget.
That's correct.
Okay, so, okay,
Or sorry, you could include, the dollars wouldn't impact the 24-25 budget, but you could, yes, if that's what you're referring to.
yes,
Thanks. But if it were included in the budget, if the pilot provision was also included in the budget, could it wouldn't be able to come into effect in time to change FY24 school budgets, but would it be possible that it could come in for FY25 school budget?
the biggest problem there is we don't know what that would be. That's our problem. Until we, on the budget side, it's difficult to budget for unknowns. And we try not to do that. And so it is, perhaps you could do something supplemental in late 24 for 25. But the money goes out, they figure out how much each school gets like in March. Is that right?
So we do our estimates in November, and then,
Okay,
yeah, we do our final payment in April, yeah.
so it's a timing issue for 25. But we could at least, yeah, we can do the authority. That's not a problem. But it's the implementation that I think would be a good thing. And, but we can't, it won't be implemented until 26. Or fully, yeah.
May I speak? The benefits of doing this far outweigh continuing the process we're currently doing because of the inadequacies that we know are in place.
I totally agree. I just need to, see if we can, move forward without legislation.
I think at this point in time, we should try to move forward with this program because there's some real benefits to it. However, to do it without legislation and to do it without statutory authority that the department is requesting, I think that we better be very, very careful on that. I would suggest that we try to get some expedited legislation. You can have emergency legislation as well. I've done that before when it came to the power line coming down from Quebec. Back then with, what's his name, from Coas County, Larry Rappaport, wasn't it?
Yep,
Madam Chair?
yes.
So I like what you were talking about very much about maybe another reaching out to the commissioner to really explain how important to move forward with this now would put us in a better footing for being able to use this as a budgeting tool in the next biennium's budget. And I think Chairman Ladd did something similar to that with, what was it, Rick? There was a letter that you sent from our committee to the commissioner with respect to a particular issue. And maybe this would be a similar type of.
Yeah, I did that administratively because we had a majority vote, a unanimous vote of the committee to do that. So I've done that on numerous occasions, and I know that Mary Guile had done the same thing previously. So yeah, that is an opportunity to take that more administrative, send it directly from yourself, Karen, to here's what we want to do to the department. And and I think that's another way of doing it. But I would seek the unanimous support from but from the finance committee. And you get unanimous, then I think that's good.
Yeah, well, we need unanimous support out of here. So,
Or here at this group.
yeah. Okay, yeah, because as we know, Division 2 doesn't make any decisions by themselves. All of our decisions have to go back to the full committee. Okay, so I know that with interim study, I think we have, 3 options? ITL, move forward with legislation, or what's the third one?
I think it's either recommended or.
Okay, either recommend or not recommend. So, could our assistant clerk, can somebody make a motion to recommend for further legislation? Thank you, Mary.
I move that we recommend House Bill 623 for future legislation.
Do I have a second? Thank you.
You gonna second it, Rick?
Well, do you want us,
That would probably,
we're not technically part of that.
yes, you are. You're part of this.
I'll be glad to make
Okay.
a second on anything here.
All right, let's do that then. And that way it shows both finance and education. Yeah. Okay,
Just try to find out about Carl Perkins for me, will you please?
yeah, we'll let Mark. Yeah, unless, Mickey,
Small, but.
Mickey. Oh. Do you have any idea on Carl Perkins? Sure. Do you have any idea on Representative Ladd's question on Carl Perkins?
Probably not if Mark doesn't, but I didn't hear the question, Representative Ladd.
Oh,
Jeff Beard has the answer to that. We had a briefing about how we arrive at the amount of money we have for Carl Perkins to supplement our what we appropriate locally as a state for CTE. And he indicated to us at that meeting that part of that formula comes in the play of poverty. And so that's based upon F&R. So I would assume then, if we can do what we're trying to do here, that would also, I would think, how many other states are doing Medicaid? Are 5 or 6 of them or so?
Oh, it's
Yeah. And so they must, be doing it somehow.
according to okay. According to the email from Jen, 1617, California, Florida, Massachusetts, Nebraska, Utah, Virginia, West Virginia, Connecticut, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Nevada, Texas, Washington, and Wisconsin. Is that right, Jen? Huh? I'm just reading your email. Oh, December 13th.
So wouldn't a quick call to
Yes.
one of the those states, just,
They've already
Asking.
talked to the people in Massachusetts. They had a long conversation with them.
and that it's not impacted our Title I or any other federal programs, that where information is just as valid for these.
I think what Mark said, and I believe this to be correct, is that because our poverty rate is so low, we only get the minimum in Title I. Is that what you said? Or am I misinterpreting what you
It's
said?
using, I just know that the Title I allocation doesn't use F&R data, it uses US Census data. And I believe it's because our US Census data shows us not as a poor state.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you have Jeff's phone number?
Not on me. Oh, does Representative Ladd?
Okay. But let's clear this up before we take our vote. Let me see if I've got it. Okay. You gonna dial? 603?
Wait a minute, let me, back there.
603 271 3729. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that over the. Folks, please do not call Jeff Beard today. He's hard at work, and that's what we need him to do. Sorry. Okay, could the assistant clerk call the roll of everybody that's supposed to be here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Petrie votes yes on recommending for further legislation for House Bill 623. Representative Bucco. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
Representative
Right there.
Luno.
Yes.
Representative
I'm on the other page.
other.
Back here.
I think we got it. Oh. Representative Mumberger?
Yes.
Is that it? Is that it? Let me see. Yeah, I think that's it. 7 of us, yeah. Madam Chair, the vote is 7-0 to approve further recommendation. Recommend for further future legislation.
Okay.
for 623.
All right, thank you. Representative Heath?
Madam Chair, could I also ask that as an interim study committee, that a letter be penned to the Commissioner of Education asking that he reconsider his initial decision to require legislation for this purpose?
Okay. I will do that after we have our full committee vote. Oh. Okay,
And Madam Chair,
yes,
following on Representative Heath's suggestion, would it be appropriate for that to come from both the Chair of Finance as well as the Chair of Education? Okay,
yeah.
great, thank you.
Okay, any luck?
Yes, so whenever we think about allocations, we have to think about it two different ways. We think of the US government allocation to all 50 states and territories, and then the states' allocations to the districts. And the way the top level allocations, which is our total amount of dollars we'll receive for Perkins, for the US government to allocate it out to the states, it's based on population. So not FNR, just purely population. It didn't give me too much more details than that, but it does not involve poverty. But the way we allocate it out from the state to the CTE centers, that uses FNR data. So it wouldn't impact the total dollars amount we receive from the US government. So no net change there in federal dollars the state receives, but it would change just the same with Title I, just the same with adequacy. It would change the distribution between the districts depending on how the direct certs work out.
Okay, thank you. That explains how FNR is involved in that program, but on our level.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else on 623? Representative Heath?
There is one aspect of 623 that I think we don't want to lose. It refers to school years 22 and 23, but it's the concept of that I would like to see that we think about, that each municipality shall not be less than, they'll receive not less than the amount of such grant in the prior year. That I don't want to be talking about stabilization, but I think in terms of just being a former person who had to do a school budget, not knowing how much money you're going to get from year to year is disastrous. So if you know you're getting an allocation of $11 million in adequacy in 22, but then all of a sudden in 23, your numbers drop drastically and all of a sudden you're going to get $7 million. I think there might be something that we could look at for a biennium. Am I making any sense?
Yeah. Mark, I don't know why you ran away. Do you have any clue as to what happens from year to year with the various school districts? How much difference is there?
In the adequacy formula?
No, in what actually goes to the schools. I mean, we've put in stabilization, which still annoys me, but I know it makes you happy. Or, yeah, but the point is, if you don't have stabilization, then it drops significantly. So,
But this year, when we saw what happened with COVID, we saw drastic drops in school enrollments that could significantly impact. With the October 1 count in one year was so different from the October count in the next. And not that this was an anomaly, absolutely. And maybe it should be just something that's done in the event that we have another COVID or another pandemic or something that impacts enrollment. But it just, for a school district to see such changes, a fluctuation in just a matter of 1 year was totally unusual.
What year do we use now for figuring out? I think that we passed legislation that went back to 2019, pre-COVID, so that,
Only for free and reduced price lunch, not for the AD.
well, it,
Remember, we did one that.
speak on,
We did one, Mark, just tell me if I'm wrong, but school districts received a separate pot of money based on the 2019 numbers this past September. But then we did another bill that just made it for the free and reduced lunch numbers. Am I correct or am I wrong? I could be wrong.
well, we didn't do anything on free and reduced because everybody's getting free and reduced lunch. And that it only ends the end of this month, if I'm not mistaken. So, go ahead.
You're getting very into the weeds that relates to your role in the city of Manchester as far as the pot of money and how that's used. So without getting too far into the weeds, just to run through the formula, fiscal year 21, we had about 167,000 students. That's looking at school year ending 2020, so pre-pandemic school year. So 167,000 students. That's fiscal year 21. Fiscal year 22, there was an enrollment hold harmless that looked at all metrics, SPED, regular base ADM, FNR, et cetera, and went back to that 2020 school year that was not impacted by the pandemic. Then in fiscal year 23, and I think we're all on the same page here, we all understand this, but fiscal year 23, we're just doing the FNR hold harmless. That essentially looks back at the ratio of what you had for FNR for 2019, 2020. But then fiscal year 24, we're going to use, there will be no modifications to the ADM data in fiscal year 24.
Yeah.
Mine is carrying to the car outside in the garage down below it, so I don't know.
Question.
Mary, I think that, I'm sorry, Representative Heath, I think that's something that we can discuss in Division 2 at budget time. I don't necessarily think that I don't know what the differentiation is. And we do provide preliminary money to the schools in September for budgeting purposes so that they know, is that correct?
It's November 15th.
Okay, so November 15th, excuse me. So they do know what's going to be the allocation from this, for the following year, because schools budget on a yearly basis. So, Representative Petrie.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. What was the population in fall of 21? If you have it, you must have it.
The school number drop went from, just ballpark here, we went from about 167,000 for that 2019-2020, and then we dropped down to about 160,000, so a 7K drop for the year you're talking about.
Okay, 2020, and this was 2021?
Yeah, the fall of 2020, which is the 21 school year.
Okay,
Chair.
yes.
So I was taking a look at these numbers this morning from the DOE website and put them on a spreadsheet, as Mel Myler knows I love spreadsheets. And it is quite startling because I think I ran it back to 2012 when in our public schools we had approximately 185,000 students, and then that sort of tripped down by about 2,000 students a year through about 2017, then about 1,000 students a year, 1,500 students a year through 2019, 2020, and then dropped, as Mark just said, by about by 8,500 students from 2020 to 2021. So if we took that sort of, I don't know if we want to call it organic decline of about 1,500 students a year, there's about 7,000 students that that did not enroll in the school year beginning while we were in the pandemic, beginning the fall of 2020. And I think this is something, you know, when you take a look at that drop, 167.6 thousand, 167,658 to 159,088 students. So there's the 8,500 students there. And then you take a look at the number of kids in charter schools, 4,200 to 4,500. Non-public schools, 15, almost 16,000, a little below to a little above, and the homeschool number sitting around 6,000. I don't know. The students were not identified by the department as being in any other educational settings, and well, we hope they are, but we don't know where they are. And I think that it would be of interest for the state to really understand that. And obviously, going into operating during a pandemic and coming out of a pandemic, there's going to be a lot of bumps on the road, and I think that's what Representative Heath was referring to. But I still think we have a it would be good to get an understanding where these 7,000 students, where they're receiving their educational services, and that's 7,000. That's net of what we were seeing historically, is that sort of organic drop in enrollment. So I think there is still a concern there, and I think that could be wrapped up into maybe another bill that looks at the ADM effects following the pandemic. I'd be happy to send this to our group.
Okay, that would be fine. I know that, we have done several things over the years, some of which I agreed with, some of which I didn't, and that's okay. They got passed. So, there's certainly no harm in looking at what's going on with ADM. But the problem, I think we all know, is the number of children that are entering any kind of education thing is dropping precipitously. And I think that's, probably true all across the U.S., not just in New Hampshire, but I think we are seeing a larger drop. I have not seen the demographic study of New Hampshire's population, but when I think our average population age is like 42 or something or other like that, unfortunately, the people of childbearing age, the women of childbearing age, are not here. Part of that's housing, part of that's any number of things. It's certainly not jobs, but it is, housing costs, availability of affordable housing, any number of things. So I will say that I was at the town office yesterday, and this lady said, I called on a rental at first thing in the morning, And she was the first person that called. And she said, I want the place. The guy says, well, don't you want to come and look at it? The owner. She said, no, I don't want to come and look at it. I know the house. I've seen it from the outside. I'm okay. He says, well, I better wait and see if I get any other phone calls. So when he called back in the evening, he said that he had gone over 500 requests for that house. And that's just in Conway with a population of 9,600 or whatever it is. But I think, unfortunately, that's the kind of thing that's going on. And some of it is a result of, in our area, of people moving up there to get away from the cities and, you know, enjoy the good life like I have and Tom has for years. And, you know, the housing shortage that we have. The good news is that in Conway, we've got about close to probably at least 250 in the next couple of years, and probably another 250 within 3 years in new housing. So that's a good thing. But they'll all be taken right away. So anyhow, okay, I appreciate it, and I will. Since we can't meet in July and August, I will schedule something for early September for the full finance committee. Okay? And we have two bills this afternoon. Unfortunately, I have a meeting with the speaker at 1:00. So Joe will be taking care of it. Hopefully you've read them all. Anyhow, that's all I know. So thank you, Mark, for being here this morning. Thank you, Jen, for all the work that you've done on this. And we'll see you later. Have a nice day. I guess I should end the meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. You're doing this now.
Oh, well, for
You're the chair now.
a bit.
Oh, 1,300.
1,300 and 1665. There's a copy right, yeah. This is the Newport yeah, landfill with that group. I'll accept that motion.
I would, so we have, what are the choices? To recommend or not recommend?
No, well, the ITL. I'll accept.
And we can ITL? No, recommend, not recommend. I
Recommend
recommend not
not
to
to.
recommend. I motion that we not recommend 1,300.
Okay.
Because I think everything has been settled. At our last meeting, remember when DES was here, it seemed that it was settled.
And second?
Is that right, Mickey?
Yeah, we heard from the department last week that there is an agreement, a tentative agreement with the state and Econ on this matter, and I think the attorneys are just drawing up papers to.
Bullet points about what the agreement is.
I haven't seen any details. No.
They have worked it out. No one's here to say they have. They'd be here.
Okay.
This is different. This is when we're, because these are bills that were brought into study, into our study. Also now we're doing the study.
Okay, so any more discussion? All right, let's go through the list here. This is to not recommend HB 1300 FNA. And I vote not recommend, which is 1. And Representative Bucco.
No.
No, well, are you, there's no more,
This is no further.
no further action necessary.
Okay, yes.
So that's, okay. Representative Heath? And Representative Murray? All right, so we got a vote of 4 to zip. For no further action. Okay, so that takes care of that one. Now we gotta wait till 1:30. So I guess, okay, so this is the Division Two. Welcome. We just have one more bill left here. And would you like to speak on the bill at all? Go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Representative Judy Aaron, and I represent Sullivan County District 7, which are the towns of Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Leominster, and Washington. And I'm glad to see that you're getting together for this interim study on this bill that I proposed, 1665, which sought to establish a municipal road and bridge disaster relief fund that would be used for infrastructure repairs in order to facilitate the safe passage and access on municipal roads and bridges. And so the impetus, the reason why I brought this bill to the House was because there was no statutory vehicle or mechanism which came to the aid of towns that suffered catastrophic damage to their infrastructure. And when the July 29th floods hit Ackworth last year, we were struggling to find immediate funds to help put us back together quickly. And so my idea was that we should have some sort of disaster relief fund that towns can draw upon in the event of a disaster. And that's what this particular bill sought to remedy. I know that we've passed legislation that allows for loans to be had for municipalities from the state, and that there are stipulations that come with that. But I'm thinking that, it still might be a good idea to have some sort of kind of almost a pool risk insurance policy that could be set up by the state for municipalities to draw upon, which they would contribute to annually based on, in this bill, I base it on a percentage of their operating budget. I've spoken to select board members since then, and they seem to think that perhaps, a flat fee of $500 or $1,000 a year might be more amenable. Maybe more towns would join in on this kind of a fund if it were not based on a kind of a sliding scale. But in any way, I also know that we've had along the way money coming to the municipalities from the state for road and bridge repair. And I see that also as a problem in the way in which the allocations for that money happens, because it's purely based on population. And if you look at some of the smaller towns, usually the rural towns are pretty big in area size. So for instance, Ackworth only has 850 people, but we have 55 miles worth of roads that we maintain. And it's a struggle because 75% of our operating budget is roads, money to go to the roads. And we can't simply keep up on maintaining them properly and thoroughly, so that in the event of a catastrophic event, there tends to be more damage done to them because they're not in tip-top shape. So that's kind of, the background, if I can refresh memories of why I brought this bill to the House and the Senate. And I don't know what your intention is in terms of proceeding with it, given monies that have been given to towns, and also, some of the slight changes that we made to current legislation that would give loans to towns in the event of an emergency situation.
All right, will you take questions?
Sure.
Any questions? Representative Heath.
Thank you for taking my question. We have Senate Bill 602 and 609, I believe, that were both passed in.
And it was 402 and 409.
Pardon me?
402 and
402
409.
and 409.
Yep.
And also we have the emergency 301, chapter 301, was it?
401?
The legislation that you showed up.
The civil emergency
Yes.
statute, yes. It's RSA 913.
And then we have additional funding going roads and bridges that again, we passed. My feeling is that we need to give these bills a shot and see if this does the trick. I think we've heard great stuff from you, from emergency, Homeland Security. And I just think we've taken the necessary steps, and we need to see how that works first before we enter into setting up another fund. Plus the fact we have more money in our rainy day fund than we've had in a long time. So I feel like we're better poised. So I don't know. For me, my recommendation is not to go forward with this legislation. That's how I feel.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah. Mike on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
The bills that that Representative Heath just mentioned, was Senate Bill 409. What is the status of that? Did we pass that?
Yes.
So that was supposed to kind of coordinate with 1665, so that but I guess one of them was there was one was a loan and one was a grant or something like that.
This money would have come out of a sort of an insurance risk pool kind of thing.
Right.
But
But
the other legislation that we passed is a loan from the state.
So Senate Bill 409 made changes to the loan program that's already in existence. It's been in existence since 2017. Senate Bill 402 created a new mechanism that a municipality could apply for up to 50% of the 50% of the state, or excuse me, the local match of the FEMA reimbursable costs. Correct.
just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, so that means that with those bills that did get passed, these municipalities won't be stuck out there waiting forever anymore, like they were before.
There would be something in statute that would allow for a municipality to seek grant funds that currently does not exist. That's what Senate Bill 402 would do.
That was not really grant, though. It's loan money.
409 is the loan program that would be paid back. 402 would be up to 50% of the state would share the local costs.
But that's after the FEMA reimbursement happens.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. So they'd have to wait for that money. Yeah.
The department could speak to the timelines a little bit, but yes, this would
Yeah.
be on reimbursable costs.
Yeah.
Well,
Wasn't there-
my point is just that there's something there that, we did do something.
Sure.
on this.
And
Thank you.
wasn't there an option in one of those for the loan that the state could forgive the loan, basically? I think that was also an option for some of the smaller communities, possibly.
I think that was another,
I think it was in, there was a language in there somewhere, but I don't know where that is exactly.
I think you could be thinking that it was no interest, but I don't think there was under the loan program any mechanism that there would be anything forgiven.
Right.
it was an August incident, I believe. Wasn't that the August incident that they?
That was the flooding that happened.
Correct. And they're thinking about forgiving more of the loan, or taking on, the state's gonna take on more of the payment.
The loan where it get non-interest bearing I'm not remembering that the state could forgive the loan.
Yeah, no,
Not totally, no.
no, no. There's really no grant money, immediate grant money that's available to a town who needs it. But one thing I do want to keep in mind, whether this bill goes forward or not, in the future, when there are road and bridge funds available to these towns, that we take a look at doing an allocation not based on population alone, perhaps on miles of road that the town maintains.
Well, we did have one bill that, on bridges that covered and actually we decided that in finance here, that I believe half was based on the amount of square footage you have of bridges.
Bridge deck, yes.
And also population, so
Yeah.
it was half and half. So that would help a town like yours.
A little bit. I mean, when I looked at the allocation chart, Ackworth got, what, $76,000.
Which isn't gonna help.
Which isn't going to
a
help
lot.
very much. I mean, let's face it, even though we these bills that we've been putting out for road and bridge help, tax relief, they've been great, but for a small town who has 850 people, they always get crumbs. They get nothing of the millions of dollars that we send out there. And, while we're grateful for whatever we can get from the state to help, when you look at what Roads and Bridge takes to repair, it costs the same whether you're a big town or a small town, whether you have 850 people or 850,000 people. So I think that going forward, one of the things that we have to be very sensitive in road and bridge funds coming from the state is not just basing it on population. We have to do more to get more funds to these smaller towns that have to maintain larger areas of roadways and bridges. So I hope that the Finance Committee can take that back and look at that next time we're dealing perhaps in budget cycle. If we're looking to give more money out to municipalities for roads and bridges, to figure out a different way to allocate the money out to towns and municipalities.
And-
But
President Murray.
Can you, I guess, elaborate a little bit longer about, you said that you have 55 miles of road in this community. Are those all municipal roads, or aren't
Yeah.
some of those state roads where you would get?
no, that's 55 miles of
Just
town municipal roads that we maintain. I mean, we do
How
have
much
we
of
do
your
have Route
communi-
123A that goes through our town, and that's state maintained. So, but and there was some from July 29th flooding. There was some damage done on those roads as well, which the state has come out and kind of patched up, which they're kind of in need of work now too. But we're still in our town. We're still really working hard to get through repairs. I know my road, Forest Road, was just temporarily repaired, and it's already, the sides are falling out and everything, and it's going to have to be a total redo. I don't know when the planning board and town selectmen have decided when those roads are going to be actually fixed, but it's it's hard for us because, like what I said, we're a town of 850 people. The tax base is very, very small compared to others and compared to the amount of other road repairs that we have to keep up with. So, yeah, and you take a look at how many years, a decade of what we've put into our road infrastructure, and overnight everything was destroyed. So, now you got to play catch up with it. And certainly working with FEMA has taken a long, long time. We're still waiting for funds to come back to us. I even had the selectmen from Leominster call me because they did after the July 29th flood, they did all their road repairs. And they are waiting now from reimbursement from FEMA for the road repairs that they did. In the meantime, they have no money left in their fund balance or in their budget to pay their bills. And they're trying to figure out, how are we going to do this? They've had to take out one of the tax anticipation notes. And it's hard when you've got a small community. with not a huge tax base to keep up with that. And this is the kind of fund or mechanism that perhaps would help a town in need.
Any other questions for? Oh, okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good afternoon. I'm Jen Harper. I'm the director from Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and with me is Vanessa Urango.
I'm sorry, what was it, Vanessa?
Vanessa Urango, Urango. And she is in charge of all of our disasters for the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
So just one comment, and Vanessa can probably elaborate much more than I can on the putting money like in a risk pool or something like that. I think we had chatted about this earlier in the year, and that if that happens, it's like having insurance, and some of the projects would not be eligible for FEMA reimbursement if there's a pool of money that towns can go to. So just kind of remembering that off the top of our heads. You had a question?
I did. In the actions, we've taken some actions, and the governor has authority to mobilize the state agencies. So I think there are things we've really made. I think we've taken action to kind of mitigate what happened. And do you believe that the steps we've taken really would kind of not eliminate what happened in your hometown, but would kind of mediate a solution in a faster manner, so that we really don't need 1665 because we have other pieces of legislation in place?
Right. I think with what we've all talked about this session and making the change for communities to get a non-interest loan upfront, immediately, to help them with some of their immediate expenses for emergency work to be done, and to get that money back quickly would be great. I know that Vanessa and her team, speaking just for Ackworth, meet with the town on a weekly basis to go where the project's at, where are they with development of the projects.
Does
for
that happen immediately when something happens? Will that happen immediately?
So do you want to just quick talk about that process?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I see her shaking her head.
Yeah. Context is good, yes. So when this process starts immediately after a disaster, it is a pretty significant amount of time that has to that occurs between the disaster incident and when FEMA's program actually gets off the ground. In many cases, it's multiple months before a disaster declaration takes place. Then FEMA has to mobilize to the state where the issue has occurred, and the program gets spun up from there. So it's not an immediate process by any means. Yep.
But the governor maintains the authority to initiate disaster aid to the local community. Does he not?
In what
Has
sense?
that ability?
In what sense?
In terms of getting state agencies to assist a community.
Right. So if something, so like what happened out in Cheshire and Sullivan County back in July of last year. So the State Emergency Operations Center opened up. We were getting reports from local communities, what's going on out there. DOT was out there, state police was out there. We're trying to see what other resources a community may need for that emergency right then, right there, that night when the water's coming down the roads, and then the next days afterwards. But like Vanessa said, the money and the work that we need to do after the fact is quite lengthy. So there's been no, and Representative Aaron can confirm this, but there's been no projects that have been obligated in the town of Ackworth. Have we obligated other projects for the disaster? Very few. So it is the FEMA process for recovery is a very long process. So what the towns can do is go and ask for that loan. Hey, we need, however many thousands of dollars. Yes, they could ask for it, but it was with interest. Yes.
Representative Murray.
No, I think she just answered the question. I was saying with this set of mechanisms that are in place, the state can release money earlier than it used to before, which to help get the construction of the repairs underway before FEMA comes in. So the money can move more quickly to the community. So I think you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So in terms of your question about mobilization, when the disaster happened, Ackworth did ask the state for some help in terms of we need signs, we need barricades, we need whatever flags or sand or gravel or whatever to help fix some of the issues and prevent people from going to places that are going to be dangerous. And I know the Department of Transportation was mobilized to help the western part of the state, and they sent resources to that side of the state. However, that being said, a lot of that mobilization only happened for state roads. When we did ask for barricades and that kind of thing, and were able to get some things from the operations director of Department of Transportation, but not a lot of stuff. And we were actually directed to go to, there's a mutual aid for municipalities, an organization for mutual aid that towns do have to pay a fee to belong to. So we got in contact with them as well. But unfortunately, they had resources going to other places too, and were not able to get us trucks or sand or gravel or whatever we needed. So we were really hard pressed to try and find resources in the midst of this disaster to try and fix roads to make them passable and safe so that emergency vehicles can get through, for example. And I think that's also an issue. I would really like to see the state have sort of like a SWAT team or an emergency response team to go out and help municipalities for non-state roads, because what they deal with is state stuff. Their purview is not municipalities or municipal roads. If they had some sort of an emergency dispatch crew that can come out and help the municipal road crews, that would really be something that would be helpful. And that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. Entertain a motion.
I'll move HB 1665 for no further action.
Second. Anybody want to second that? Rep. Murray. Any discussion? Further? No further action. No further. All right, are we ready for a vote? Okay, I vote yes on no further action for HB 1665. Representative Bucco.
Yes?
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
And the vote is 4-0 for no further action. Thank you very much. I'm sorry? Yes, I did. Yeah, I get to write it down. I get to do everything. It's fun. Well, I'm not the clerk of this committee. I'm the assistant clerk of this committee. Or I don't think there's a real designation for that, so we're all set. Thank you very much.
Yeah, everything is better than it was.